Hello everyone, Sirius here. We're doing another round of Warcraft 3 today, and I'm quite excited because things seem to be doing alright for us. We seem to be doing alright. And I know I should not count my eggs just yet because, well, I'm still a noob, and this is still a legendary difficulty campaign. There can be so much that could go wrong, but for now at least I feel rather good with how far we've come. And how far we've come so far is that we have established a good territory, we have just conquered a port which gives us a bit more income, and we have a defensive pact with a powerful neighbor which should bolster us and bolster our defenses. Now what I would love is if they were to build a garrison or an outpost here in the Circle of Destruction. We might have to come up with a better name for this port. We might have to come up with a better name. I'll think of something. But for now it is the Circle of Destruction. We can pick a new research, and we've already decided that we were going to go down here with a higher bonus versus large and a missile strength boost. 3 turns for that. That sounds really good. I've also already had a little peek at the diplomacy, because the diplomacy is actually important when you're deciding your targets, right? Because you want to know if you going to war with a faction is going to piss off any potential allies or some strong nations next to you that you do not want to piss off. So I've had a look, and it seems that we should be okay. They have a military alliance with Hagreth, which I don't even know where that is. Apparently it is a undiscovered faction, and it's called after the town here, or the town here is called after the faction. I don't know. I cannot find out who that is, but, well, we're just gonna find out, I suppose. And they're also at war here with the Ancestral Throng. So by going to war with them, we're actually going to improve our relationship with the Ancestral Throng. Let's find them. There. We're going to actually improve our relationship with them. And it's kind of funny they're down here. Okay, interesting. So they're also at war with Hagreth, and our relationship with them is improving currently. They do not like us, of course, because we are elves. They are dwarves, right? That's a whopping minus 60 modifiers. But so far, everything we've done is sort of something they approve of. They're not the biggest fans of us being allied with the Exile of Nehek, but then again, being allied to, you know, someone that everybody around this region kind of dislikes might make, you know, for a good ally, you know, because then, you know, we can just be disliked together. But yeah, we've done a lot of things that they actually, you know, approve of. But more importantly, the high elves here toward our east approve of us. Though I was kind of shocked to find out that that small little blunder of me just quickly accidentally just dipping my foot across their borders is already giving a minus 17 modifier. That is crazy. That is really crazy. Like, you really need to be so careful that you don't step on any land that, you know, that you don't want to step on, because you're going to piss off whoever you're trespassing against royally. So yeah, I can't really see how it is going to hurt us in the long run if we are going to go to war with these Dark Elves. The only thing, of course, is that, of course, there is this one faction here, but it is not Harganeth, right? Because Harganeth is not Hagreth. So I do not know. I have no idea who it is. But yes, we are so much stronger than them. This is probably their only army that they have currently. The one that they're currently having here mustering. I think that's like their last army. So us going in there right now, that's the play. That's what we are going to do. We have a little bit of money to play around with. So perhaps we can also recruit a unit with global recruitment here. If we encamp. That could be of interest to me, but we've also leveled up over here with our tree singer, and we're gonna go with the growth because we're gonna need a lot of the growth, right? Because as soon as this is built, we will have 2 build slots, so we can build our infrastructure up. This one first. So we're gonna need a bit of this money. How much are we making now? 1,000 per turn. That's actually pretty good. We can probably hire a unit here. I'm currently considering moving something away and actually hiring these guys. The Winter Heart. I'm currently thinking about that. I'm currently considering getting them. If we check how much movement we have, we do not have enough movement to go and fight them. And I don't think that they're going to take the bait and come out and fight us. We're going to have to fight them. And they have a pretty chunky garrison, right? This is 3, 6, 9... 12, 15 units. So they have a pretty chunky garrison, but it's not something that we cannot overcome. I'm pretty sure we can overcome that. We're bringing 2 armies here, 2 lords. That should be plenty. It would be interesting if we can lure their army out and their lord. I don't know if we can, but we can at least try. That will cost us a turn though, in which we cannot recruit. So that's the question, right? Either we are going to recruit, or we're going to go there and get into ambush stance again, right? Try to bait them out with the smaller army, right? But they're currently only mustering, so perhaps what we're going to do is we're going to see how far I can go while being in the encampment stance, right? So if we go into the encampment stance, we can move pretty far. Still, I'm just wondering where we should go, considering we might still want to ambush the enemy after. So maybe I should, See, I'm just worried that they'd get there first, the dwarfs. I'd be worried they get there first, so yeah, let's go into encampment stance and go as far forward as we can. There we go. So now we're trespassing on them, which it is going to make them dislike us a little bit, right? So if we check now, we are trespassing against them, -13. And it makes me wonder if now that I've trespassed on them, if the other elves actually like me a little bit for that. Trespasses against Nagarond. Yep. Trespassing on someone they don't like makes them like me a bit more. It makes sense. Perfect sense. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take our weaker army and we're going to position it We're gonna position it kind of like here on the side. Wait. Let's first exchange units. We're gonna have to take one unit out to get the Legion of Renown in. And I think the best place to do that from is actually here. Take one of the Dryads out. And I'm just seeing now that there's a small army here. It's really just a small army. Currently also encamping here around Kragrof Deep, which has a pretty small garrison. I would like to get this. I find this is a nice defensible settlement. I'd like it to take it. We'll see though if we can. The one with the mine is definitely my priority. So now that we've got rid of a unit, we are not actually in our own territory. I forgot. I forgot we had to be in our own territory. You know, that's a little bit of a blunder, and we're going to go back and redo things. Because that's just a gameplay thing, right? I'm justifying this one by it just being a gameplay mechanic that I didn't know about, right? So we're gonna reload that again, and of course I knew about it, but I'm too much of a noob to know about it. However, if the game didn't allow me to start the turn over, I wouldn't be doing it. But since the game is allowing it, I'm calling it Iron Man mode fair. Alright, means we're gonna have to redo everything, which that's fine. We're gonna pick this research again. And we're going to also level up our tree man. And see, I could just pretend, right? I could just pretend that that never happened and just start recording again. But no, this series is about, you know, if a noob can actually beat Warhammer 3 on Iron Man mode within the limits that the game provides. So, what we're going to do this time around is we're going to actually go out into encampment stance right here within our own territory. Right there. Right? Because we still have the recruitment available to us now. So now we can switch into encampment stance and we can actually do that. So let us go ahead and free up the space. Let's take one of these Stride units out. And then we can recruit this unit of Renown. Is it worth it? Is this unit in particular worth it? I don't know. But I don't like not having a single unit that has an anti-large bonus. All my units in here don't have an anti-large bonus. I don't like that. This is a unit I can get that has an anti-large bonus, and it is not that much more expensive than some of the other tier 2 units, right? So here we have a Deepwood Scout tier 2 unit, which we also pay less upkeep on it from our own abilities, and of course of the Coat of Dreaming, of Cape of Dreaming. What's it called? The Dreaming Cloak. There we go. I got it wrong twice, right? That's also reducing it. So this is a tier 2 unit here, which is going to cost us 119 upkeep. And the unit of Renown is going to cost us 177. It is not that much more, considering. And they're pretty decent, right? Considering also that they cannot rout. That is pretty big for me for my front line. They will not run away. Could also be bad, of course, because then they would just be wiped out. I don't know if I can hire them again. Unit pool will replenish based on the factors stated on each unit's card's tooltip. Left click to pin unit for comparison on the unit screen information on the panel left hand side. Ah, okay. I don't usually see where it says that, you know, how we're gonna replenish. I don't know, but we're taking it. And the upfront cost is actually not even that bad, all things considered. Alright, so we're getting one more unit here, which... wait. Did I mess this up? Oh, it's instant. Okay. There we go, the Winter Heart Guard. And now we're gonna send our guy here up aggressively. And we're gonna go into raiding. It's gonna make me winded, but I don't think they're gonna attack me. Income generated 83. Control down, growth down. Because we're about to take this, so I don't think I want to raid it. So we're just going to go into encamp stance as well. Which would mean that we could also recruit, but 2 turns is actually too much. And our army should be big enough for what we're planning to do with it. Down here... We could, of course, recruit these wraiths, but I think that might be something that we're just gonna do if we are cornered. We can build something. It's still always wanting us to build this outpost, which I don't know. It's a bit expensive for everything considering. Like I don't know what other bonuses it actually does. Right, like what other bonuses come from the outpost? Suppose we could look at the outpost that they've built in our... So, provides allied recruitment of skeleton units from the faction's local recruitment. Allied recruitment is expensive outside of friendly territory. Casualty replenishment rate plus 2% own and enemy armies in region. Provides garrison. Okay. Own and enemy armies. That's interesting. But I don't think I want to build it. Let's just go ahead and skip to the next turn. No. 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 Ah, man, we were so close. That is upsetting. Ah. So the one thing that I didn't want to have happen happened. Ah, no. The dwarves took this. And the drowned were wiped out. Ah. And the dwarves are probably too powerful for me to take on. Yep, they are. That is very upsetting. Ah, that was just... we were so close to that. This upsets me. An uncharted island. This can be searched with a lord. How would we go there? Would we go on water? Can we go on water? Mysterious island. I am now intrigued. I am intrigued. That is mildly infuriating. Just mildly, honestly. Down south, the Sisters of the Forest are definitely losing their war as well. I can't believe this. We were just a smidge too late. I mean, now would be the time to take it from them, but I'm not sure we can. Not sure we can, considering they're that much stronger than us. The question now, of course, being if we're gonna take this. If we're gonna at least take that settlement. And I think the answer is yes. We're gonna try to at least take that one. At least that one. So we're gonna go into normal stance again. Which lets us travel sort of close. I'm kind of worried that again the dwarves are going to be over here. Yep. They're trying to get there before us. And of course we're now trespassing against them, which, you know, they're not gonna be too happy about, but hey. If they attack us, they're also attacking our allies, so yeah, and they don't have an ally, right? So together, honestly, I think we would be able to stand against them. But the Tomb Kings aren't that powerful in the power ranking, all things considered. We're supposed to be able to be a little more powerful than them. The war should be over though. Why are we still at war? Oh yeah. I'm not at war with anyone, but they are. So we're very friendly. That's good. It's good. Not sure if they were the best ally for me, but see, I like it because they're very close to my lands. They're kind of surrounding my lands here, and I'm not too scared of them currently. And it looks like, are they going to go after the dwarves? Because if they're going after the dwarves, we're totally gonna back them up. Totally. Anyhow, I'm considering going on force march here. We just can't really move very far with it anymore, so probably not a good idea. So we'll just... Right, if we go on march, we barely get any movement, so it's whatever. It's whatever, and I'd like to explore this, but it's not a priority right now. We're gonna have to try and rush to get this. Down here, we're just gonna stick around, do nothing. I wish there was like a stance you could take so you don't always get reminded. More importantly, we have things that we can build. Oh, we actually only get 1 build slot. I thought we'd get 2. This provides 5 build slots and this provides 6. Okay, I thought we were gonna get 2. We only get the 1 build slot, so in 5 turns we can build this. Meaning, right now, there's nothing I'd want to build in here. Oh wait, no, this is an upgrade. We don't need the build slot for that, so... I'm very tempted with this one, because the army upkeep and the bigger garrison is definitely tempting. Although, of course, I'm also tempted with this building here. But I think the defense comes first. Yep, defense first, right, and upkeep down. That comes first. This building can always come later. We're currently not needing another hero because we cannot really afford another hero. Of course, we can also consider upgrading the Oak of Ages. Upgrading the Oak of Ages would be an interesting choice here as well. And it's going to take 12 turns, right? So we might want to start on that now. Yeah, this provides such a big garrison. Okay. I am very curious what your next move is, because it does look like they're going into someone else's land here. Unless they're up there, I don't actually know. Do we get to see all their settlements if we're allied with them? I actually don't know. I mean, they are still at war with the Legion of Gore Queen, which is up here, so maybe that's where they're trying to go. Who knows? But we are going to skip ahead to the next turn now. Though actually, as I'm saying that, I want to check if we can have any sort of alliance here. Okay, we can actually have a military alliance with White Earth. But that is going to pull us into some wars down here, which I'm actually not very keen on that currently. The military access, though, I think would be good, because then at least we can walk through their lands. Right, so military access, so where is it? Ah, it's already selected. Okay, and are they going to pay us a bit for it? Yep. Are we going to take it? Yeah, we're going to take it. Alright. They're at some disadvantageous wars here. Because I think these dwarves are pretty strong. Yep, the dwarves are pretty strong. And of course, if we wanted to confederate Widruff, what we'd need to do is actually fight the dwarves. So we need to bring an army down here and fight them, and, you know, not something I want to currently do. but certainly something that I'm considering for the future. Talson has also really grown a lot bigger. Alright, next turn. Well, actually, it's telling us we currently could build something here, but what can we build? Not the building I want to build, at least. Some of the cheaper ones we can. I don't care. Didn't make enough money from that to really pay for that, so next turn it is. Maybe we could have made some more money, so we can build it already this turn, but we're in no rush. Our army is nowhere near currently anyway, and I think it's a pretty fast build. Yeah, the pleasure cult is really starting to look scary. Yep, the dwarves are trying to take this before me again. Not this time. Oh wow, okay, the Daughters of the Forest have actually been completely obliterated. And we have some negative growth again. Not that that really matters to us, because in these settlements, these minor settlements, the growth doesn't do anything for us. There's no buildings that we can build with them. We can't upgrade them either from what I've seen or found, so seriously, I don't know. But yeah, we're building this in 5 turns now. That's a while. But yeah, bigger garrison is gonna help us out a lot with a big fight that's about to come. And then up here, we will actually be able to take this before the dwarves. So let's go ahead. We're gonna attack with our Sisters of Twilight so that we can get the favor. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk our second army. Where's the circle? Okay, we're gonna just walk right there. Why did they go? Why would they go over there? This is a pretty small army, so I'm not sure where they are going. But yes, we are going to go and attack them. Sack value is pretty high, but I think I'd rather take it. So let's declare war here. So their allies are going to be pulled into this war, which I'm not sure how much of a problem that is, because obviously they are an undiscovered faction. I don't know exactly where they are. Since we are the aggressor, we will not be able to count on the Tomb Kings for their support. But maybe this war is just going to... Maybe the war with the Hagriff is also going to end the moment we take that settlement. Alright, so as we can see, decisive victory, very quick battle. Do we need to fight this manually? I don't think we do. I think we're just gonna auto-resolve this. This is really simple, really straightforward. Auto-resolve, there we go. Barely any damage on the units. Some reward. Gaining some XP. And now we can turn this into a seedling, which we are going to do. Of course, we could see the plunder is really tempting here. 4,000 is tempting. I'm just wondering if making it a seedling isn't going to give me better bonuses across the whole campaign, right? Because we could potentially also sell the settlement, right? There's something. We can sell the settlement, we can trade the settlement, we can do all kinds of things with it. So I'm thinking we're gonna keep it. And Yorian has been defeated. We have gained an elven steed. Awesome. So here we have our settlement, which is going to provide us with 100 gold, or 125 actually. And it is also going to improve our trade deals, I think. Let's see actually, trade. Total income from trade. So we are now also exporting the eggs here, which generates me 39 income there, 65 income there, 91 income here, 65, 26, and 26. So already these eggs are giving me quite a lot of value, right? So I'm thinking that over time, we're going to make more money from having this settlement. Of course, there's nothing else we can build in here. We could build our usual stuff, but that's not really beneficial to us. We're going to keep the eggs instead. There we go. Now, I wonder if this also... Oh yeah, so they're very far away. And this is the Kraken Sea, and this is the Northern Sea of Chaos. So this is not the Boiling Sea. Okay, but they could come down here. Yeah, I don't think they will. It's very far away. So can I open diplomacy with them? Oh, we've gotten 2 again. See, that perk point was so worth it already. So let's go into diplomacy. We are still a war, yes. Hagref. What would it take? Go to peace with them. Heck, I don't know. They're probably unlikely to go have peace with us. They're actually really strong and a naval aggressor, so I'm a little bit scared. But they're also at war with the ancestral throng, so maybe these can actually turn into our friends along the way. They're far enough away that I actually do not mind being friendly with them. Okay, we've leveled up. And I've just now remembered we've gotten a bunch of items and ancillaries that I have not actually looked into. So let me take a moment to think about what we're going to do with all that. Okay, so on Haldir, I'm going to simply improve piercing shots. We're probably going to focus on maxing that out. And then on Lolth, we are going to actually go for the Dance of Loek. Because I'm currently thinking that I'm going to make Lolth more of a frontline lord. So their army is probably going to become our front line. So that's what we're currently thinking about. And then these 2 items that I have, the Obsidian Trinket and the Pigeon Plucker Pendant, I'm not so attached to them. So I'm thinking about fusing them, hoping I get something good. Talisman of Endurance. Battle healing cap plus 25%. I'm actually not too happy with it. But ward saving it seems nice. Any type of damage. Is that for real though? I mean, this is just the universal. I thought this was just against spells or something. Or how in some other games, ward saves is when, you know, you're protecting against a spell to see if the spell will fail or not. I'm gonna have to look this up real quick. Okay, wow, yes. Ward saving is just flat out damage reduction. If I had known that, I may have actually utilized that before, because I've seen some ward saves and passed them up. But so yeah, actually now we're really happy with this item because, gee, 8% damage reduction, just flat out. We're gonna make Lolth a frontline fighter. For sure. And then we've picked up a Hawk Companion that we can slap on Haldir, which works out pretty well for me, since, you know, he can definitely make use of that. And that's all the items handled. Which makes me think that perhaps something we're going to do Wait, can we not actually exchange units anymore? Ah, there we go. So I'm actually thinking we're gonna give this unit to Haldir. To Lolth. And instead, right? So if we're gonna have these two armies kind of like walking side by side, right? Or maybe we should instead... See, so the reason I'm hesitating is because I'm probably often going to use Lolth with a smaller army as bait so that we can ambush the enemy. So that's why I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't do that. But at the same time, maybe what I'm going to do instead is have an even, like another small army, and instead have two full stacks of armies down the line. So I'm currently wondering if I should give this unit to Lolth or not, or keep it here. Because obviously we will need a bit of a front line to protect our archers, and this is actually really useful for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then that's the 7th unit. Yeah, no, we're gonna keep it like this for now. But eventually I think I'll put those on Lolth. And instead we would be recruiting some more Deepwood Scouts maybe, or maybe some more Hawk Riders. Not sure. Obviously, once we've upgraded a couple of buildings, we will also need to see about upgrading our units. Currently, you know, we still have some pretty garbage tier units here. I mean, they're not garbage, right? But the Deepwood Scouts are definitely better in comparison. Actually, they're not that much better now that I'm looking at them. But then again, we're comparing, you know, different... Can I actually rearrange this? That would be nice. Why can I not rearrange this? So these have missile strength 28 and these have missile strength 30. Yeah. I didn't know that the rank also improved missile strength, because it doesn't say that it does, but somehow that unit here has worse missile strength than that unit, which must be a rank thing, but it doesn't actually say. Maybe the leadership or the accuracy is helping with that. Probably is. It might be the accuracy. It might actually be the accuracy that is having an effect here. Okay, whatever. We're moving on. I think I'm gonna wait with the Forge of Dive, to upgrade the Dreaming Boots. Oh wait, no. We can do that right now. So more campaign movement speed, more growth, and more speed in battle. All sounds pretty good to me. Of course, construction cost for all buildings in the local region is also interesting to me, so I can save a bit of money. But at the same time, we're probably not going to be here. What I would do with this is I would probably give it to our defending lord here, right? Could also give him that. And I suppose we can give him the Terrifying Mask of E, unless we're actually just going to sell them, because, well, we could use the money, right? 250, it's not that much. I'd rather fuse it with another item that I don't like. So yeah, that is a consideration, right? The Dreaming Bow. The missile strength is going to be completely lost, but 10% reduction for all buildings is not bad. The Twilight Standard is something I'm considering for Lolth because of a vigor loss. And then of course the Twilight Spear as well would be perfect on Lolth. Research rate up. I didn't see that. That would actually be good as well. And then the Eagle Vamp braces are also interesting because missile resistance is also nice. Not sure about any of the dragon stuff, honestly. I don't like most of it. Dragon Pendant is not bad. Might be good for Lolth. So what I'm considering currently is that yes, I will make Lolth a full-fledged lord. I've decided on that. I'm gonna make Lolth a full-fledged lord with his own army in his own right, with her own army in her own right. And I think once the army is completely stacked, we're going to be moving the Dreaming Cloak over to Lolth instead. Because the upkeep is actually going to benefit Lolth better because we already have 15% lower upkeep for missile units on the Sisters of Twilight, right? So a full army on Lolth is going to be more expensive than a full army on the Sisters of Twilight. That's at least the logic. And if we're then going to put most of the front line on Lolth and have them kind of like working together, or like have the... See, the thing is, I'm not sure if it's actually a good tactic because most of the time what is going to happen is that you're waiting for your reinforcements, right? So having two armies like that can actually hurt me if the enemy is fast enough to come and attack me. But most of the time, I think I would have a front line established first, and then have the back line, the Sisters of Twilight, reinforce. That way, we should be okay. So, for that, I'm actually thinking that the Dragon Pendant would be good on Lolth, and then the Twilight Spear would be good on Lolth as well. But I think the Twilight Standard is probably better than the Dragon Pendant, ultimately. Yeah, I think the Twilight Standard is better. And then the Twilight Spear. And are we already wearing the Twilight Helm? I don't know. Dreaming Bow. And then we would put the Eagle Vambraces, I think, on the Sisters of Twilight instead, to give them some missile resistance, right? Because they're flying, they're going to be targeted by missiles a lot. But that tells me we would want to start probably with, maybe with the Dreaming Boots here. Get some growth and some speed. Upgrade them. Or maybe we get this because we're about to build a bunch of buildings. You know, let's get this because we're about to get a lot of buildings, and then we're also going to get, I think, the Twilight Standard for Lolth already. Oh, the Twilight Spear. The Twilight Spear is probably more versatile. Unless we're just gonna not get anything and just wait. Yes, I think waiting is the way to go. We're gonna wait. So, this is going to make all buildings a bit cheaper. So I'm wondering, since we just started building that, can we actually just start building that again? And it's now cheaper? I think so. Right, so everything is now a lot cheaper. This used to be 1,700, it is now 1,500. Pretty good, I would say, pretty good. This used to be 9,000 something, and it is now down to 7,500. So that's really good. We can upgrade this in 4 turns. This is going to build in 5 turns. And I think we're about done with everything up here. I might keep Lolth up here. The only problem, of course, with keeping Lolth up here is the recruitment, right? That is the only problem. Because if I keep Lolth up here, they're not going to be able to recruit a full army. Of course, if we didn't have a port and if we didn't have this, we could then have global recruitment. Suppose the closest we could do is get global recruitment here, but I don't want that. And if I don't leave Lolth here, the dwarves are probably just going to attack me. So we're gonna leave Lolth here. Maybe in the Circle of Destruction because it's the more valuable of the 2 settlements. Actually, is it though? The eggs are actually providing me a lot of income. I wish there was a breakdown for that. You know, isn't there? Provinces. Black Flood. Oh, it's this? Oh, okay. So this province is giving us 125, whereas this one is giving us 112. So yeah, this one is actually more important to me. So we're gonna stay here. Gonna stay here. Maybe we'll take some time to explore this as well. We'll see. But this means we will need to use global recruitment, which means things are going to be more expensive. Ah, well. The joys of spending money that we don't have. No trade agreements to be had. Of course, I'd like to go here and actually deal with whatever is happening out here. Defeat an army belonging to any of the following enemies of Bydrov. Okay. Win battle against Grand Cafe. Yeah, so over there. Is it this one? No, where was this? It's all the way out here, right? The jungles of Qi'an. It's all the way over here. What's over here? Oh, it's a port. Okay, I see. I'm not sure if we'd want to confederate them. They're all the way down there, so... I'm also considering if maybe it would be a wise idea to do our first ritual up here. We also still have this to deal with, which I'm not sure what this is going to do. This is probably... I don't know. We're gonna deal with it eventually, right? We might soon send my main army down there to deal with that once we've made it a bit stronger. Alright, skip, and one thing I'm considering is already recruiting some of the units I want on our tree singer, so that when we come down here with the Sisters of Twilight, right, we will have stripped away some of the units we don't want to keep, so that we can then pick up units we want to keep. The only problem I'm seeing with that is that I'm not even sure what units I would be giving away, right? So we could of course get rid of the Glade Guard and give that to Lolth. And then go pick up some more Deepwood Scouts instead. That is an option. However, I also would like to make a bit of money so that we can actually afford the buildings we're about to build. So maybe what we're going to do is, right, we're going to give one Deepwood Scout away. Right, so that's one. And instead we're going to recruit one Deepwood Scout, which we're going to pick up eventually. We're just going to have to make our way back down there. Alright. Next turn. Oh, don't be a war. Okay. Shit. Alright, so here goes the big and scary. Here comes the big and scary. We're gonna have to haul ass back to our territory now. Oh man. I don't know if we can defend that. Yeah. There's no way I can defend Hex Hall right now. Oh boy. So this might be the end of us. This might be a death sentence. We're gonna have to try our damnedest to play this as best as we can. But we have just unlocked some more missile strength, which is good. And some whispers in the woods. Okay. We can deal with this whenever we want. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We have more pressing issues. Holy shit. So they have heroes here. So there's rank 18, rank 27. I don't even know how. I don't even know how. Rank 27. This is gonna be bloody. Ward save 10%. Melee defense. 20% more ward saving. G. %30 ward saves. 25 missile resistance. Can fly. Enchanting beauty. Life leeching. Regeneration. Right, we are toast. That is 1, 2, 2 at least. 2 full armies. And more to come. How are we going to defend this? let's go half of wisdom. Oof, gee. So our allies joined our war. I am going to have to consider how we're going to deal with this. Because we do have a couple of these allegiance points, so we could possibly do something. I'm hoping that they're going to turn their attention down here. Maybe we can get them to go after this, right? Because, see, here's the thing. While they're up here fighting me, they're probably not going to pay too much attention to, like, their other provinces. So we can sort of divide them, right? By having the Tomb Kings come down here. It seems like a... Yeah, I think... okay, we've done it. We've spent the allegiance points. Okay, okay. This should pull them down here in this general region. Of course, you know, it may be better to have them defend, you know, the Witchwood with me. I think the Witchwood is kind of pretty defensible. We're just gonna have to hope that they're gonna give us the 4 turns we need to actually grow our our garrison. So now we're gonna have to haul ass. We can level up. We can level up. We can level up. What are we going to do? We might just go with the endurance or the ward saving here, actually. Yep, I'm gonna go with the ward saving. And then we're gonna have to haul ass. This is so far away, though. So far away. We're so far away, which is also probably why they're attacking us now. So, we're in some deep shits. Let's go ahead and recruit these guys. And now we're going to want to recruit some units that we can actually defend with. So we're going to get all the ones we can here. Yep. We're going to want to bolster ourselves as much as possible. Okay, yeah, that's... We could repair, but yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Can we... I'm wondering if we can get anyone involved with this war. Who could we get involved in this war? That might actually benefit us. You know, these high elves over here, if we could get them involved with this war, that would be beneficial. How about... if we give them the circle of destruction, they're gonna come help us with all that. The question is that worth it? Is that worth it, really? I think I'd rather not give them the Circle of Destruction, but it seems like it's the only settlement I can give, right? So it seems like we cannot give them anvils. Because anviles, or anvils, whatever you want to call it, is a settlement that I could do without, right? Like it's okay. It doesn't provide me anything much. It provides a bit of growth, and that's about it. Okay, this only gets us to 12. We're not at war with anyone, so we can't trade that. Losing a settlement up here to keep my main settlements. Are we that desperate? Are we that desperate? Their attitude toward us is improving, of course. And, you know, I'm actually kind of thinking maybe we can get Talcin on board. Right? Because couldn't they also travel through the deep roots? Actually, no, I don't think they can, right? I don't think they can, no. If we cancel this, do we get the money back? Because currently we could use the money from that we spent here. You know, maybe these guys also might be willing to join, but I don't think I have met them yet. Yep, no, we have not met them yet, so we can't ask them. The only ones we can ask are these elves. Is it going to bite me in the ass if we don't ask them for assistance right away, is what I'm wondering. You know, I'm thinking about waiting a moment, because I think the only way we can do it is if we do that. However, there is also the option of cancelling the building and the Oak of Ages, which I don't know if we get the money for that back. Yep, we get the money back. So if we cancel the Oak of Ages, which of course hurts us a little bit, but it doesn't hurt us as much as losing this war. Like, that's a bigger deal. So now we have a bunch of money. Can we ask them to join our war? If we send them enough money. No, even that is not enough. Oh man. Even that is not enough. Military alliance is not gonna... It's not gonna work. But can we get the military alliance right? If we can get the military alliance out of that settlement, that would at least be sort of worth it. Sort of worth it, right? Losing the port here hurts me a bit. 112 gold, right? That's all it will ever provide me is 112 gold. Maybe a little bit more, but it's not like the biggest deal whatsoever. Like this settlement up here would provide me with much more. So if we can get a military alliance out of this with a pretty strong faction, I'd be willing to give up the settlement. Okay, we cannot. We can only get military access and a non-aggression pact out of it. as well as them joining this war. Plus we can get some gold out of them for the settlement. I think we're gonna have to do it, right? I'm lamenting over this a lot, but it's probably best we get a strong nation. It's probably better to get a strong nation involved in this. Is it better to take the money? Probably. Yep, we're going to take the money. The money is going to help us raise our army and everything. So, I'm going to propose the offer. They accepted the offer. Great. So now they're at war with us. We can probably not ask them to, you know, go a specific way or do a specific thing, but at least we have an ally in this war now with them, which is good. And now we have a lot of money. We just don't have a lot of upkeep or a lot of profit that's coming in. With the Dave's blessing, I think we'll definitely want to get something. I'm thinking we'd probably want to use that for something that is going to give us any sort of kind of strength here. Okay, we are recruiting units as much as we can. We're sending the Tomb Kings after the Plain of Dogs. We're coming back home with these guys. We could still global recruit, but global recruitment takes 2 turns and is more expensive, so I don't think it's currently worth it. Yeah, they're just too expensive. It's gonna tell us we can build this, but we're gonna skip that. Also, it wants us to build an outpost. Nope, we're gonna skip that. And I'm gonna end the turn and just watch as our settlements are being ripped apart. I'm not sure we're gonna be able to come here fast enough to defend it. If they're gonna take their sweet time taking my other settlements first, that would be good. We need 4 turns. We need to keep them away for 4 turns. This is crazy. This is just crazy. Oh boy. Alright, here we go. That's another fight at Hag's Hall, which we're gonna lose. Yep. At least they didn't come for my main settlement. That's the only upside to this. I'm wondering if I should fight this battle at least manually, so I can try to inflict a few more casualties on them. At least try to like single out one of their units to try and kill one of them, right? Okay, so this is what I came up with. Their lord is all the way over here. Rank 27. There's absolutely nothing we're gonna be able to do against Morathi. There's nothing we can do against Morathi. We cannot touch Morathi whatsoever, not with this army. It is completely hopeless. However, they have a small battalion over here, which we are outnumbering heavily. So, if we focus on them, perhaps we will be able to take out a chunk of their army with what we have over here. What we have available to us out here might be enough to take care of their 4 units here. We will lose the battle, but we will weaken their army, is what I'm hoping. So, let's go ahead and send these guys forward. And have the Deepwood Scouts also maybe move forward a little bit. Right, you go fight them. I don't know why you're wanting to let them go through. Right, have these guys actually run all the way through. Right, and Morathi is probably coming straight out here, right? I don't know. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take this glaive unit and come over here. And did we just get hit by a spell by Morathi out here? Because, man, that hurt. So let's have this unit get away. That's okay. Get these guys to come from behind there. Focus on that unit actually. Yep, focus on them. See if we can take them out. Go for them. Go for them. Yeah, they're probably surrounded out here, and these guys... Yep, have them all fight these guys all fight those guys. Take this unit out if we can. Go for these guys next. Right, try to kill them, so they will have to recruit new units. Alright, as I thought, Morathi is literally coming out here by herself, and we can now attack her and see just how little we actually do to her. It's like insane how we barely even scratch her. But I don't think we did a single point of damage so far shooting at her. Okay, go for these shades. Like my whole army, just go for this. Just go for the shades. Get these guys moving forward. There's no way we can win. Morathi's gonna tear us a new one. Maybe we can take care of this guy. He seems a bit squishier. Not sure it's worth turning our backs here. Yeah, no, it's not. it's not, but maybe the ranged units can rearrange a little bit here and take this guy out. Yeah, I mean, whoever that was, he's going to die. At least I hope I'm gonna be able to kill him. Right, let's keep up. Let's keep up. I'm not sure why we're walking over there when we are supposed to walk over here. Why are we? Come on. Are they running away? Is that it? Are they fearing Morathi or something? Yep, I think it's because she causes fear. So we actually can't move after the guy that we were trying to find. Okay. Focus on these guys, then focus on those guys. Ouch. It's also, of course, because they are in skirmish. Maybe I should have turned that off. Right, they're still stuck in skirmish mode. Which is probably better for us anyway if we're in skirmish mode. Okay, there goes the battle. Let's see if we killed any of their units. Well, not really, but, you know, we've hurt them significantly. But sadly, we were not able to actually kill any of their units, which... too bad, too bad. We really did try, though. I was sure that we had taken out some of their units. Actually, that went really well. This screen is showing that we have defeated 3 of their units. We've taken out some dread spears, some dark shards, and some demonettes. This guy survived. Sadly survived. We did some damage to Morathi. All things considered, that went really well. I mean, we've only lost 672 and they've lost 558. Of course our whole garrison was wiped out, but we've done damages. Okay, so they are going to take their sweet time going after my other territories. Perfect. Not sure where the Tomb Kings are headed right now. They are supposed to help me in my war, but it seems like they're not really doing that.
A quest has been issued, mighty lord. A great adventure beckons. Be wary, though, For while the potential rewards are great, so too are the perils.
Okay, we have a quest here, which I think we can do that whenever we want. I think we can do that whenever we want, and currently this is not... This is not on the table for me. Okay, too little work. Treasury. The dwarf construction company will leave your region permanently. Let them leave. Compensate them. They're gonna leave either way. I cannot currently afford this. Settlement looted, settlement sacked, settlement lost. Buildings damaged. Okay. We have an army coming down here from the High Elves. That's great. And there's some turbulent sands here. So they're going to get hurt a little bit by that, sadly. But they're going to come down here. Maybe I should have not just, you know, auto-fought these either. Yeah, I should have not auto-fought them. Of course, they're just going to heal up the damages again. But they're going to have to recruit units again, which slows them down. And that's really all that I'm trying to do right now, because we have to travel so far. And we're going to take so much attrition. That is a bitch. Pardon my language, but why do allies also take attrition? I'm stuck here though. We're gonna have to change into encampment stance, which means we're gonna be even slower getting through here. Oh man. Wasn't there... Can we teleport here? We're in an ineligible stance. What if we teleport here? Oh, okay. I'm really not sure why we would be defeated so harshly down there. It didn't seem like there were many enemies, but the reinforcements were probably the problem. We're so far away, we're taking attrition, we can't just force march our way through, because then we're just going to lose all of our health. I'm gonna have to spend a lot of money on getting more units. The Deepwood Scouts are really going to help protect us the most. 3 turns until we get the garrison improved. Maybe we should get the blessing. Immune to attrition. Yes, we're going to get this blessing so that we can keep going faster, because we need to get here fast. There's no way around that. We need to get there fast. got a hero down here, which is about all they have down there, it seems. Which is kind of bad for us, but oh well. Anyhow, let's get a move on. We've basically just had to use a Dave's favor. Get into a march stance. We can go further. Spend the blessing to get there 2 turns faster, maybe. I think it was worth it. I think it's worth it. I'm gonna bleed some money for a while, which, you know, cannot be helped right now. 2 turns until we grow, and when we grow we can maybe build that, maybe improve our income a bit. Nope. 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 Okay. Can I get anyone else involved in this war? Probably not. Can I get a trade agreement? That would be nice. They're not very likely to accept this. Okay. It's a shame. Who else could I get in this war that's close enough? No one really. The high elves here might be a good option, but I just haven't discovered them yet, so... Okay, there's nothing else I can do. We're just gonna have to wait. See, they want me to join their wars, which are all happening up here. From what I'm thinking, at least, these wars are all up in this general region. And they're willing to pay me for it, which is nice. It's just I wish they would focus their war efforts down here. We're gonna accept though because we can need the money. Where are you going? With a single hero. What? With a single hero. Okay, we've got a trait, Musterer. Spend multiple turns recruiting. Our recruitment cost is now down, which is good. We have received word our ally intends to attack the enemy settlement of Plain of Dogs. Okay. With 1 hero. Yeah, you're not getting far with this, mate. What? Anyway, there is 3 armies here. 4. My bad. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they seem to have the money to field that entire army. Maybe we should have supported the Sisters of the Forest. Maybe we should have supported them. Because this is not funny. We should have perhaps not let them just take out the Sisters of the Forest. We just weren't anywhere near. We weren't near enough to help. So now the only question, of course, is how fast can we get down there and can we even defeat them? Because 4 armies? I'm not even sure how we are going to defeat them. We, of course, have the 1 army over here by the High Elves, which is an ambush stance. But is that going to be enough? I actually don't think so. We can, of course, recruit more Deepwood Scouts. Which is the best thing I can currently do. And then we're gonna be in our territory here, so perhaps... No, okay, we cannot recruit this turn. So let's use up our movement. Two more turns until big garrison. We don't want to repair Haxhall. Don't want to do any of these things. Okay, next turn. Let's see if we just lose the campaign here. And even if we lose all of this territory, we will still have the Oak of Ages, right? We still have that territory. We can always regrow from over here. It's not that if we lose this territory that it's over, right? If we lose all of this, we still have the Oak of Ages. We can still move over there and hope that we can just confederate, you know, slowly build up again. I think the only problem, of course, will be the army logistics or the infrastructure, right? We will lose all of our income. The Oak of Ages does not actually provide any money. So we'd be down to the 3,000 background income. And the trades, of course. The trades are going to help. But they're not going to provide us with as much because we're not going to have all the resources anymore, right? So... let's just wait and see. Alright, so it seems heroes are able to just move around without suffering any penalties. So as long as you can pay for the hero, they can actually just move around. Right? Like how this hero was able to come here and damage these walls. Very interesting. Only that, you know, they have a full stack kind of moving toward them right here. And I don't see that they have any armies in the region. So there's also a second army coming up here, or at least a hero is coming from up here. I'm not sure if they're going to send their full army. But at least we have this one army here. And they're trying to ambush them, which, you know, that's great and all. 18, 14, 17. So they haven't fully replenished yet, which is good. So if we can catch them out while their armies aren't that replenished, that would actually be good. It's just that, you know, we don't currently... An unusual site has been discovered, okay. What do we have here? A dark gift. Units recruited in this province have a permanent attack bonus. Oh. Units recruited in this province have a permanent bonus. Okay. But there's a random chance a Chaos Aligned Legendary Lord will gain 10 ranks. There's a 10% chance a random province in the world will gain Chaos Corruption. And there's a 5% chance a random Chaos Aligned Legendary Lord's army will gain maximum experience for. What the hell? Yeah, we'd want to get rid of this, but it's so expensive. What the hell? Thank you. Thank you so much for that. That's exactly what I needed. How close are we? If we change to normal stance, we can get all the way over there, which might be in range. Ambush stance. Is ambush stance going to be enough? See, if we can move this guy, this girl, I keep forgetting that Lolth is a female lord. So if we can get Lolth there, perhaps it's going to be possible for us to lure in Morathi. I'm not sure they have the movement. They have this much movement, okay. I don't think they would go into force march. It's worth a try though. So if we go into ambush stance, right, we are not going to get very far. And I think we can't recruit an ambush stance, which I would probably want to recruit, but I can just recruit on Lolth, right? We're just gonna recruit on Lolth. Of course, the leadership up and everything would be great, but yeah, there's no way. So, we're gonna have to try, right? So, we're gonna get Lolth down here. And then we're gonna have to try to see if it's at least gonna... See, because Lolth is a pretty small army. Maybe that's gonna be possible to surprise Morathi there a bit. If we switch into ambush stance, we've got like 50% here, 70% there. Let's see if we can get the 70% here. Okay, I don't know how much we actually currently have. Don't see where it says that, but this is the best I could come up with. And yeah, there's nothing I can do against them. Nothing. Now, Lolf here can start recruiting a little bit. But of course, the recruitment is going to be cheaper on our tree singer. So maybe that's what we're going to do. Yep, let's do that. It's cheaper. We are bleeding some money in this war, but we're about to lose a bunch of units anyway. Be prepared. Be prepared to lose a bunch of units. As far as the building goes, one more turn. Phew. We can build this. We're going to start building this too, because this is going to improve from 448 to 560. And yes, I know I'm spending the money that I, need desperately. Worst case scenario, we can always sell the Kragrov Deep to someone, right? There's always that option. Altar of Ultimate Darkness. It's probably the capital or something of one of these nations we went to war with. Skip all this. Trade agreement. Yeah, no, there's no way. Can we at least get a non-aggression pact going here? Someone. We already have a trade agreement here. I would like to start improving my relation with some of these factions, but there's just no way. Anyhow, next turn, there's nothing else to do other than hope that we're gonna be able to draw their armies in one by one. I do not want them in one big bulk. Okay, this is very interesting. Morathi actually decided to go for the settlement. Very interesting. And if we do this, we would only lose 3 units. See, I don't know if I can do better in like manual battle. I'm actually not sure if I would be able to do better. We have a pretty substantial army, so Morathi, she has her units. It's probably not a full army. Wait, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So 7, 14, 17. Right, so it's not a full army, just like ours, but we have a garrison as well. And I might just fuck it up if I fight this on my own. So I think we're just gonna auto-resolve this. Just because I'm sure I'd fuck it up. Or am I? Am I gonna do this better if I fight it myself? I think we're gonna try. So normally I cut out moving my units around, but since this is such an important battle, I will actually include the whole thing. So if you don't want to see me maneuvering, meandering for a while about how I'm going to defend this, please just skip ahead. One thing I forgot is that, you know, I could have possibly sent some items to wear over to our tree singer, but I mean, I was hoping that Morathi was going to go for the small army. Also, I think she would have had to go into force march, so are her units actually tired now? Because I'm pretty sure she didn't have a movement to actually pull this off, so she must have actually, you know, done a bit of something. Now we're gonna have to think about defending this, right? We've got a couple of choke points, and it might be beneficial to try and see. So while their army is very spread out, we could face their army in its spread out form. That is one option, right? We could just try to force on one part of their army to try and defeat as much of them as possible. What we cannot do whatsoever is lose this battle. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to protect this point here at all costs. We also have 1,000 supplies available to us, right? So we could potentially also build some towers that will help us in defending this area up here. This back here is of no importance. The only important point is here. And of course there's these supply points here, which are going to be providing some cover and stuff. But what I'm thinking currently is, so if we build a normal tower here, right? The range is not all that great. It only has 80 meters range. It's not too great. A barricade here, right, is gonna cost me 500 as well, which then that's going to block their units, which lets us attack them with our ranged units a little bit longer, right? Another thing we could do is get a barricade in here, which might force them to come through here. If we're looking at this strategically, we have a big wall here that they cannot overcome easily. And so while they're moving around out here, we can shoot at them. That is our one advantage, that we can shoot at them while they are getting up here. That is the one advantage. So if we block some paths with some barriers, it might make them move more in our favor. So the question is, are we going to get a tower with 80 range? Oh wait, no, the tower has 200 range. Okay, let us compare that with some of our missile units. You have 180 range. Okay, so if we build the tower there, the range is going to be... the range is pretty substantial actually. Now when I'm looking at this, I thought the tower range was only 80, but 200? No, 200 is pretty good. In that case, yeah, we're going to take the tower, because the tower has pretty much enough range to cover this whole area. Yep, so we're going to get one tower. Two tower, I think. This will help us, you know, with this. So the reason I'm doing it like this is because I think my army is best at holding a choke point. That's currently my line of thought, is that we are probably better off trying to hold a choke point rather than try to rush them, right? We have a couple units that might be able to rush them a little bit, specifically this little army down here. Let me actually count their units. 1, 2, 3, 4. To see if we can see all of them. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Okay, no, so there are some units we don't know where they're going to spawn. And maybe they're going to spawn down there, maybe here, we don't know. I think the only flying unit that they have is Morathi. Everything else is foot soldiers. Right, they have some anti-infantry, and they have the shield infantry here, which comes with a whopping 57 melee defense. How does that stack up compared to us? Yep, they are much better than us in every regard. How do these guys stack up against me? We have more range, more missile strength, but yep, they have more health and everything. We should assume that they're better at almost everything, so I'm thinking a choke point battle is in our favor, because I think we have more missile units than them. Actually, no, they have a lot of missile units as well, right? We see a bunch of them down here. That's 3 at least. It's another 2. 5. So we see 5 missile units already. Specifically down here, it seems to be mostly missile units. So if we can actually get in there and defeat some of them and then pull back, that might be interesting here. Right, let me just get my whole army just back there so we have like a clean slate here. If we are going to hold these front lines as best as we can, right, we will have to plug this hole, that hole. At least we're not dealing with infantry, with cavalry. This hole, that hole. Right, we'll have to actually cover all of the entrances. So if we were to start putting some units around here, right? Like I have these strides over here. I'm gonna make sure there's no gap here, so maybe we should actually make them a smaller, tighter formation so we can close this gap entirely. Right, so that is one hole plugged with Dryad units. I'm putting Dryads in the front because they have regeneration, so they're gonna probably stay in the fight a little bit longer, I hope. And then we're gonna take another Dryad unit and plug this hole. We need to make them a little bit slimmer. There we go. So that's another hole plugged. Now the question is if we can take some of our fast units to deal with these guys. So that would mean these. They have 46 speed. I think that's our fastest unit. 46. There's another 46. These guys have 28, 28. $43. Yep, so these guys are our fastest units, but if we send them down there, there's no saying if they can actually win, because this is a substantial army and there might be more of them down there than we're aware of, right? So are we better off just keeping them sort of? Okay, I need to clean this up a little bit more. Like everybody just move back a smidge. We'll obviously want to think about potentially even attacking them from behind as they're crashing into our front lines, right? if we can sort of manage to hide a unit in here, right? That's what I'm thinking. If we can manage to hide a unit sort of back here, right? I mean, we have some spaces here where we can hide units, right? This unit should probably be hidden away out here, and then if we fight them here, this unit can come from the back and attack them. That's my current thought process, at least, right? So if we do it like this, right, then we have these guys here. These are anti-large, these are anti-infantry, right? Do we have another point over here where we can hide a unit? Yep, here seems perfectly good to hide a unit as well, right? So we'd have them here. And they're pretty fast, so we should be able to get them in from behind. These guys have 30 melee defense. These guys have 44. Okay, yep. So these guys should be up front as well. See, I can't afford to just put one unit. We're gonna have to put 2 or so at least, right? So what I'm thinking is... have these guys also here. And maybe we're just gonna cycle them, right? So... The goal would be to have these Dryads sitting in the back so that we can use them as we need. And if they break through, they're not gonna actually get through, right? That's the other thing, they're not actually getting through. But these Dryads aren't gonna fight at the beginning. Right, I'm just having them sit back here. These guys are gonna do the main fighting, and then these guys can reinforce them. So that's that whole group here. It's going to basically bottleneck this whole choke point. Maybe I want to turn these a bit more this way. Right, so this is pretty hard for them to overcome. I think so many Dryads in one spot might be difficult for them to get through. On the other side, we're going to do the exact same thing, right? So if these guys are... let me just group them. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep them grouped. I'm not sure I'm going to keep them because, you know, I might need to move them around, but at least this tells me who's where for now. Which that gives me another 5 Dryad units actually. So let me see how I can do this. Let's get these guys in here like so. Those guys here like so. And so the main thing here is that what I'm trying to do is that they're gonna obviously be fighting this one unit up front, and their units are gonna get tired, while these droids are gonna sit in the back and they're not fighting, so they're preserving their energy. Hopefully, at least, they're not gonna be fighting. And they're gonna preserve their energy, and then once these droids are defeated, which obviously they probably will be defeated, we can push new droids in from behind. And on the chance that they get overwhelmed, right? The first unit, if they just get completely overwhelmed, completely smashed, then we still have 3 more units that are gonna be able to provide some support there. So that's basically almost all the droids. We have 1 more unit of droids here, which we might just keep them in the middle to kind of just go to where they're needed, right? We don't know where these guys are going to be needed, so we might just keep them here. We might just keep them here. We don't know where they're going to go. Why can I not? There we go. Right, so we're just going to keep them here somehow centered. Right, so that's good. So what makes these guys special again? Chilling aura. They reduce the speed of the enemies, okay, and they have... If leadership is higher than 50% of the base. Okay. Physical resistance, spell resistance, causes fear. Alright. So that's all of our droid units basically accounted for. So let's make a group here with these guys as well. This guy, I think we're going to keep him kind of like in the center, because wherever the bulk of their army is going to attack from, which I'm thinking is probably going to be over here, we're going to try to have him like reinforce these droids, right? And heal them. And also smash the enemy. But we're gonna want to try to keep him alive as much as possible, so that he can keep healing, right? Also, I don't know if the droids are gonna lose the regeneration if he dies. So we have the hidden units that we're gonna hopefully get behind them once they are engaged in the frontal assault of our choke points. We can get them behind and hopefully do some damage to their archers and stuff. Now we're gonna have to think about the rest of the defenses, which obviously if all of them are crashing in here, we don't need them, but they might also send like one group here, and then they will find another group to come here. So what we're going to do is we're going to have these guys hold this choke point, and we're going to have to be pretty spread here. There is of course also the chance, right, that the enemy is not even going to bother with this choke point, right? They might just completely crash into here, and that's that, right? We don't know. We don't know that, but there's also a chance that because there's only so many units that can actually frontally fight here, that they're going to spill around and try to get around us. So this is why we're going to put these guys there. Right, and then these guys are going to be on the other front. They're going to be over here. Stupid hammer. I wish the hammer wasn't going to be a problem right now, but it really is. Okay. Like this. Can we make them a bit wider? Yeah, we can. Can we make them even slightly wider? Yep. I want to make them as wide as possible so that there's no gap. Let's see if we can do full rows here. Yep. Okay, so we want to make sure there's no gap. Okay. And we're going to put them into toggle guard mode. Units ordered into guard mode will hold their position and will not pursue disengaging targets. Yep. That's what we want to do. We're going to go and put guard mode on for these units. These units are not going to move. Ever. They're going to stay there. We also, of course, have the spear infantry here, which aren't as good at defending their position as these guys, but we're going to put them as a second line of defense right behind. Right, so we're going to put that as a second line of defense right behind. So once these guys are defeated, these guys are going to be fresh. That's the idea, at least. And I know I have a big open gap here. I know. And I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it. I'm not sure, but I can't spread out too thinly, right? That's the problem. Okay, let's get these guys then down here. I might just put the Tomb King units in that gap, in this big old gap out there that I have. Right. Okay, this looks good. We're gonna order them into that mode as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically make these as fronts, right? So I can move. Can I move units in between here? Nope, I can only move them into the groups. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually ungroup these guys. These guys as well, because what I'm gonna want to do is, right, this is the, if we're looking from here, right, which is, we're mostly going to look from this direction, this is the left arm front, and then over here we have the right front, right? So we're gonna move all the units on the right front over here, right, and then these guys are there, these guys are here, and then these guys are in the center, right, and then these guys are over here. And we're going to sort this also by importance, so that we have at least some sort of, you know, idea of who's where. But maybe we're going to put this guy all the way in the front, so we always know where he is. And then these guys, we're going to put them somewhere, right? So we have these guys, and then, you know, we still have our ranged units to deal with. Maybe we're going to put... Okay, so these guys are on that front. These guys are on this front. And then you're over here, right? So we're going to put these guys here. Maybe even between. Yeah, that's actually good. I like that. And then these guys can go in here. These guys are the anti-large, and these guys are the anti-infantry. There's no large in here, as far as I'm aware. Or Raffi, I think, is the only one that counts as large, because of her mount. So maybe we need to switch them around, actually. Will you? Anti-infantry, okay. Actually, yeah, we're going to change them around. We're going to put you guys over here. And I'm going to put the other guys here. Because maybe we can get them to go after Marafi. I mean, if we can even get Marafi out of the sky. Which means now we're going to want to switch these around. There we go. We have two more spear units here, and they're chunky, right? They have a lot of units, 160. But of course, they're not the greatest. So we're going to put them We're gonna put them here, right? I'm actually hoping that I can fill this entire gap with them. Come on, let me do you as wide as possible and just shove you in here. Okay, this is curious. Ah, there. This is good. I think we should be able to move a little bit here. Okay, there's a big old gap in the middle, but maybe we just do this. It's the best I can come up with. I cannot make them any thinner. Yes, no, I can't. Right, so these are defending over here. And, you know, maybe we're just going to put their archers behind them. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe we'd put their archers right behind them. Where are their archers? There. Right, maybe we're just going to put their archers right here. Also, defense mode. I mean, no, their archers are probably better off, you know, not all the way out there, because we don't even know if the enemy is going to circle all the way around, which, you know, now that I'm thinking about this, why don't we do this instead? I know there's the forest over here, but isn't this the better position for us? Like, all things considered, they can get around through the forest, sure, right? But like this, I think it's better. Yeah, let's do it like that. So you're over here. I don't know about you. You're over here. Right, and here we actually have a choke point. On this side we have one. So on this side we actually do have a good choke point. Right, so maybe we can move all the way back here. Which provides actually a pretty decent choke point. So we don't really have a choke point on this side. The choke point would be here. So the question is, do we do this? Or do we keep them here? I think we're going to keep them here. Yep, we're going to keep them here in guard mode as well. Because I'm pretty sure none of the units are going to go around. And if they are going to go around, we have the dryads that can respond to basically anything. So I'm actually thinking we're going to position them a bit differently. No, actually, there's perfect. There's perfect. That's a perfect position for them. So we have our front lines established. And we have a one dryad unit in here. If we were to split our Deepwood Scouts, we have the one infantry unit that has fire damage. Didn't we have someone with like fire weakness? Was it Morathi? Yes, Morathi? No. Which of their units were vulnerable to fire? Like, I'm pretty sure I saw that one of their units was vulnerable to fire. No, it was Morathi, wasn't it? Heck, am I stupid? I was so sure some of the units were vulnerable to fire. Maybe not. So now what is left is to figure out what to do with our archers. We have a bunch of them, and we're gonna have to figure out how best to use them. It seems like the best use of them would be to stand up here and shoot at them as they're coming up. We have the range, however, accuracy is going to suffer at max range. So we would probably want to turn fire at will off so that we wait until they're about here before we start shooting at them so we can get the most out of our ammunition, right? That is at least my thought. We could also, of course, have them back here, but see, the thing is, if we have them out here, if then the enemies are fighting out here, we can still shoot them, right? You know, now that I'm looking at this, don't we have a better choke point than this? Right here? Like right... Like, just... You know, I'm just now seeing this. Isn't this the better choke point? I mean, there's some space over to that side, so it's a wider choke point than this. But then if we stand up here, right, we can shoot them a lot better. And then that way we will not have to split up our fronts as much. Oh, you know, now that I'm looking at this, I'm like, yeah. Because right now we have them kind of like split. I have one argument though that might be in favor here. Because the towers are going to be closer, right? The towers are going to be closer, which means they probably have a better accuracy as well from closer. And we actually have the potential to come at them from behind. Which if we pull this choke point here and that choke point there, then we cannot get them from behind. There is no way we can then get at them from behind unless we're going in here and we're just gonna wait. We're just gonna wait, right? Because are they going to come through here? These don't have Vanguard deployment, sadly, but we could try to put them in this forest here. They are not hidden in here. What about... Okay, so apparently this forest does not provide them with the hidden status. Whereas, of course, up here, supposedly they're also not hidden. But these guys are hidden, for whatever reason. Even though they are all the way out there. Apparently they can be hidden in any terrain, but they're not showing the hidden status. Alright, let's get these strides back here. I'm gonna have to make a choice because having multiple fronts like this might help in splitting their army apart as well. Though, do we want that? Or do we want to keep them all in one place, right? So that our archers can shoot at them better. Because if we have the archers up here, right? All of the archers up on this ledge, right? which I'm hoping at least they would be able to shoot down there. If we have all of them on this ledge, I'm hoping that they would be able to shoot down there. If not, this would be stupid, right? We don't get walls, but we also can't shoot over this ledge. That would be silly. No, I'm sure we can shoot down there. I'm so sure we can shoot down there. And we can just stack the archers all in here. And we have a unified front instead of this spread out front over here. The only problem, of course, being this is going to concentrate their units in a single spot. Might also be better to concentrate them in a single spot. Which would allow us to actually put these guys up in the front and just, you know, meat shield away. And have our units a little bit further back. Let me think about this. So if we're gonna do this, we're gonna need at least 2 units here to hold this. Right, we can maybe do like a little bit of a checkerboard thing. Like so. Or maybe have them behind there and instead fill this gap with dryads. Maybe we should go forward a little bit. Then plug this hole with dryads. It might actually be better. And if we just get these guys as close to the ledge as we can, right? Maybe we want a wider block. See, one of the things I liked about the tighter formation was that it was going to be easier to go back and forth between the two fronts. And easier to get behind the enemy as well. Because getting behind them is actually, I think, something we would want to do. Where did these guys go? Up there, down there. Right, so having these war dancers out here and be able to attack them from behind, to me that was actually very worthwhile. We could, however, also put them down here and hope that they're gonna be undiscovered. It is saying that they're not hidden for whatever reason, even though they have stock. Even though they have stock, it's not saying that they're hidden down here, which I don't know why. I don't know why. They should be. But maybe this doesn't actually count as forest, right? So, I know it should though, because when some units were walking through here earlier and we battled earlier, it said they were hidden, so... Right, these strides should be hidden. I mean, it says hidden. Here it says not hidden. Hidden, not hidden. Okay. But here they're not hidden. So maybe this patch of forest doesn't count. Okay. Glad we could clear that up. That small patch of forest out there is not working in my favor. In the end, I might cut a lot of this out and just keep it as is, you know, once I'm done. Because right now I'm definitely meandering about this. So, let's try to just do the best we can with these archers out here. So we have two there, and that leaves us with another 3, which I'm not sure where to put them yet. I might just put them around the same area for maximum effect. See, if we close these choke points here, right? Like, we have 2 here. We have 1 here and 1 there, right? So that would be these guys. If we close this choke point here, right? It will be very hard to actually hit any units that go through there, right? Like, it's gonna be difficult. Probably I'd want to have these guys a little bit further up here. And then instead I'd put some dryads there. Yeah, that probably works. The only problem, of course, being that the tower... Let's get Depot Scouts, put it like here. And the tower range should be enough to support here. Okay, that actually should work fine then. Okay, I've decided we're gonna go with the forward front line. That's, you know, it seems more efficient to me to do it like that. We're gonna put a deep unit here of... Let's make them a little bit wider. Okay, we're gonna put a pretty deep unit here. Make them even wider. Put a pretty deep unit of dryads here in the center. We could, of course, also kind of like do the same thing where we are keeping the dryads kind of in the reserve. Or we're going to put the dryads out front instead because they can regenerate. So as we pull them back, they're going to regenerate, right? So we're going to let them take the first. Okay, so maybe we'll do it this way then. I'm going to get dryads out front. And then we're going to have them pull back. Right, go defense mode. And then we're going to have them pull back and heal, regenerate slowly, while the skeleton spearmen and our eternal guards are going to take the other damage, right? They're gonna soak up the rest of the damage then. So we're gonna have the Dryads out front. Right, so, of course, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull them back, but I hope I will be able to pull them back. Right, so we have like multiple waves here of units where we are hopefully going to be able to pull the Dryads back through our own units and push the other units forward. This battle makes... like, this battle already screams at me for not having slow-mo mode. And then we have one more unit here of... actually, we will have one unit over here that we might still be able to use for something. And we're gonna have to decide what we're gonna do with these guys. Right? What are we gonna do with these guys? Are we just going to have them out here in the front as well? Clean them up a bit, right? Like, they don't have so much defense. Actually, no, they have more defense. And more HP. No, less HP, but less defense. Less armor, but more melee defense. But we're like a highly mobile unit that we can send in and, you know, just crash into like the enemy archers, which is what I want to do with them, which is why I'm upset that I can't hide them out here. We're gonna actually do it, right? We're gonna try to see if we can hide them here. If at the start of a battle we realize, oh shit, we cannot hide them there, we should be faster pulling those guys back. Right, we should be faster pulling these guys back than they should be able to come and attack them. Maybe they can also just act as like a decoy, right? Because they should be faster than their units. 42, wait, no, 33, 33, 33, 44. So these guys are a bit faster than the other units, but they are still outsped by my units. So yeah, having these guys out here, they might also be acting as decoys. Or if they stay hidden, we can bring them in late to try and, you know, cut them off, cut their archers down in the back line. That's hopefully going to work. If not, well, we tried. Right, so that's... so let's get these guys sorted out as well. So that's that front line. And then... I don't know where I'm going to put these skeleton archers. We're going to keep these Dryads kind of like in the center as well, right? So, yeah. See if this is too wide. No, this is perfectly fine. So, of course, the problem out here is that we cannot exactly provide missile support here. So we might just put one unit of Deepwood Rangers. Or maybe the skeleton archers out there. Although they're not so effective in close range. Like in forest, right? Forest terrain, so... So these guys out front. Taking the first wave there, just like these guys. Or maybe I want to put... See, maybe I want to put them even before the Dryads still. Right, like maybe I want to put them all the way out front. Because they're like the crappiest unit, but that also might hurt me if I lose them too quickly, right? Okay, we're gonna do it like this, I think. Like this is fine to me. That looks good. And I think the main bulk of the enemy army is gonna come through here. I think. Could be wrong. They could be circling around and doing whatever they're not supposed to do. Right, so this leaves like a gap over there. So let's get my Dryads in here. Sort of. Maybe we could just do this, right? Unified front there. And then have another unit of Dryads here behind those guys. So you're the most right hand. Okay, and then these guys back here. So that we can cycle these units through. I'm gonna put these more in the center, hoping that they'd actually be able to take the full frontal assault. There's like a little gap on both sides, so what I'm gonna do is maybe see if I can position these strides so that anything that might come through isn't exactly going to go anywhere. Right, these guys, I will have them a little bit further out front because their missiles aren't as strong. So we're gonna have these guys actually just perform. Maybe we'll even have them on auto fire to just, you know, start raining down a little bit on the enemy while they're coming in. Come on, let me put this unit somewhere. Yeah, okay, there's good. Right, so maybe these guys are going to be here. Able to shoot at the enemies a little bit as they come in. This looks like there's so much space there, but nope. We cannot move any closer. And of course I'm gonna be very upset if I'm not gonna be able to shoot at the enemy. We can get pretty close here to the edge. That's interesting. Okay, let's do it like that. And then the skeleton archers here. Okay, wait, we have 3 more units of Deepwood scouts. Which maybe we're gonna put 1 more each side. I'm also thinking I'll probably be better off moving these guys over here as well. Right, because we'd want to shoot the enemy from behind. So honestly, that is the better position. Let's get these 3 units moved as well. I kind of messed it up. Okay. Right. Over here seems good. Reason being, if we can shoot the enemy from behind, it's probably going to be better. More effective. This now leaves 1 unit over here. And then these guards, which I think the ones with the shield we're gonna have here. Right, we're gonna put the Dryads out front, actually. Dryads out front, then these guys, then the guards. Although maybe the guards should be first because they have the shields. These guys are shielded too, right? Yeah. Okay, actually maybe we're gonna do this instead. So the reason why I want to have the guys with the shield out front is because their archers are obviously going to start shooting, and they'll probably shoot the unit that is in the front. So whatever unit is in the front is probably going to take... Where are these guys? Over here. Ah, okay, I messed it up, okay. So, another unit with shields. Let's put them through there. Right, so the shield units are gonna be able to block the missile fire of the enemies that are starting to shoot at us much better. Let's make sure everyone is in guard mode, guard mode, guard mode, guard mode, guard mode, guard mode. Okay, perfect. We're gonna turn skirmish mode off. And guard mode as well. Right, because otherwise if a unit that I order them to attack is running out of range, they might run after it. We don't want that. We're gonna put all the archers out of skirmish mode into guard mode. We're gonna leave fire at will on though, I think. No, we're gonna turn fire at will off. Okay. Then we still have one unit of Deepwood archers and one unit of skeleton archers. I think I'm going to put the skeleton archers here. Also turn this off and guard mode on. So that way they're going to be here. Another line of defense, just in case. And then these Deepwood scouts can be over on this side. Doing the exact same. We're gonna have them stand here. Right there seems good. Right, and we're gonna turn these off. Obviously we'd want to turn this back on if they break through the front line. Is there like a gap here? No, I don't think there is a gap. Maybe a teeny tiny one. There. Let's pack everything up a little tighter. One unit here that can respond to anything that happens. This is probably the center. So they can go either side depending on what's happening. So we're gonna have them in the middle. Okay. Wow. That took a moment, but I think I'm happy with my current setup. Obviously, I made both fronts pretty bulky when the main bulk of their army is probably going to hit this front here first, right? Their main force is over on this side, as far as I'm aware, and so they might crash into here first. But we'll see. And I hope at least... Oh, I forgot a unit. I hope at least my logic computes, right? My logic that defensive battles, you're best off turtling. This is a logic I'm taking from... Why did I messed up again. This unit needs to be... Alright, wait. We need to swap these guys. So this unit needs to be over here, right? Wait. These are the guys with the shield? Boy. No. They're here. They're here. Gee. I messed up. Who are you? You're supposed to be over here. Right, they're supposed to be over here. I completely messed up. I completely messed up the formation. That is about to happen a million times more. Okay, so that's the guys with the shield. We want them in here. And then these guys are over there. Okay, perfect. And then over yonder. So if we select these units, it should be all of these guys over here. Yep. And then these guys over here. It's all those guys. Alright. Got shields up front. Dryads up front. These Dryads in the middle so they can reinforce whoever. Archers. Hopefully some units that can assault the back line. And now all we can do is pray. Oh man. Whew. All we can do is pray. Hopefully my logic is gonna apply here, because this could go so wrong. Because if these archers can't shoot over this ledge, it would be horrible for us. I'm assuming though that they can. I'm assuming they can. This would be horrible design if they can't shoot over the edge. Okay. It is an understatement to say that this battle is important. This battle is really important. We are facing the enemy leader. Like their absolutely legendary lord is here. And we need to win this. We need to win this. And best case scenario, we're going to be able to kill their lord. Not sure what that's going to do, but that is what I'm hoping for. And if not, we're going to at least get them to run away, and then we can clean up with the Sisters of Twilight. That is my goal, at least. So, let's see. I still don't know why they decided to attack the settlement. They did though, and they didn't bring a full stack. They did not, in fact, bring a full stack, and they came with just one army. So now we get to actually defend in... We're outnumbering them. Essentially. We're going to defend this to the last man, dryad, tree. Alright, let's go. We have Fire at Will off, right? Yes, Fire at Will is off. We're going to now just watch what they're up to. So let's just see. And also, these guys are not hidden. So we're gonna have to pull them back. So they have units over here, which, you know, we're kind of moving them slowly. Let's check out here what they're up to. I think they're gonna join forces somewhere. Starting to pull forward. Maybe we're gonna put these guys also here. They are not hidden, so I can't afford keeping them out and about. So there comes their missile units. They are in range. And they're probably going to start shooting at us. Yep. But they don't deal that much damage, so I'm pretty much okay with just going after a more important unit like these guys. Right, let's get all of our units shooting at those guys. What is happening over here? Okay, they're coming in slow. Morafi's all the way over there. Let's... Okay, we have some healing we can do. Not much else. Maybe we should attack them. Yeah, we probably want to... Okay, let's start shooting at these guys. Okay, over here we have them coming in as well, but they're just shooting at us, which that's okay. They're barely managing to hit us. They're just wanting to have a shootout right now, it seems. Okay, let's start healing our units out here. Morafi, where are you going? We're gonna start shooting you. Oh, she's gonna come right in. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take these guys and go after Morafi. Okay, pull these guys back and attack with these guys. Seems like our archers up here have been pretty banged up so far by their archers. But overall I think we're winning the shootout. Here's well, we're gonna pull these guys back and attack with these guys. Dude here should probably go after their archers, to be honest. Maybe not. Maybe we're just gonna go and fight these guys here from behind, right? So we're gonna just go and fight them from behind. If we can get the goddamn click on them. Alright, and over here what is happening? Morafi is basically just single-handedly destroying us. Let's actually get the archers the hell out of there. And have these units try to pin her down. Okay, send these guys in the front back. Okay, they're actually falling back out here. See, I think I might just want to move these guys up. I can't do anything against Morafi. It is ridiculous. Okay, go after these guys. You come back. And we might move the whole army forward. We might move the whole army forward. Yep, let's go crush them. Man, I hate how difficult it can sometimes be. Okay, you get in here and fight these guys as well. You also fight these guys. You start shooting those guys. What the hell is happening with Morathi? Okay, it seems like she's holding her own here. And this front is losing though, which is very bad. We should have probably gone after their archers. This was stupid of me. I was not paying enough attention here. Two their units out here. They have been completely crushing me. Right, like they have been completely crushing me on this side while I have been completely crushing them on that side. I'm gonna pull my archers over here to try and support this effort. Because yeah, my front line here got completely obliterated, which is kind of bad, but the front line over here, you know, on the other hand, has been sort of cleaning up. Let's get these strides over here. Morathi is still hanging in there. And over here, yeah, we have completely lost this front line. Let's get our tree singer over here to see if maybe he can do something. Alright, Morathi is pretty darn low, so if we can do the magical thing here and actually get Morathi killed, that would be great. Go after these guys, please. Use well. Okay, Morathi's still alive and kicking, but starting to dwindle. We're gonna pull these guys back a bit as well. Put them here with the other hurt units so that we can actually start healing them. And we actually got the kill on Morathi. I cannot believe this. Let's move all these archers. This is all archers, right? Let's start attacking them. And let's start getting... no, the unhealthy Dryades stay here. These Dryades here need to fight there. And you heal here. And then go after this guy. Right? All of you go after this guy as well. No, you stay here. Hold that line. All of you guys, please start leaving them alone. Alright, pull forward here. Let's get our archers in position. Everything is kind of going really well. Let's go after their archers instead, actually. Okay, whoever this is taking a while to kill. Let's get these guys out there as well. Maybe... Okay, let's get all of these archers situated a little bit better here. I'm also going to select them all and turn toggle fire on. And we're gonna have them go after these guys. You can heal again, heal here. Right, all of these archers are gonna go after these guys. And this whole ass front line over here, you know, needs to haul ass. And these guys should help out as well. Right, get these strides on this dude as well. Get these archers on this dude. Over here we have a little bit of a problem. Where are you? Get out there instead, please. Start healing. I definitely underestimated their missile units. Their missile units did a whole number on me. I definitely underestimated their missiles way too much. Right, but we're actually going after them now. Right, like once this guy is down, we're gonna send all these guys out as well. After their missile units. Okay, so we've got some healthy missiles coming in. And we've got more frontline coming in as well. Right, so let's just get everyone moving. Out here, are you done? Okay, we're done with the guy. They're starting to run away. Now we're gonna just have to try to keep up with them, so we can kill the most of their units as we can. We're out of Winds of Magic. No, no, keep pursuing, keep pursuing. Trying to inflict as many casualties as we can. We've lost quite a few units, but thankfully my most important unit over here is still alive. The unit of renown. Okay, everyone should participate. Also you guys. Not sure where you are. Let's get everyone moving. No one gets to sleep. Okay, let's start pulling these together, all the dryads. And then let's get these archers moving. They're getting away, which I'm not happy about. But oh well. Dryads should be able to heal a bit during this whole thing here. We can make them move fast, which, yep, that's what we're gonna do right now. Oh, come on, keep moving. Let's get all units moving. There's no way we're gonna catch them, I think. They have 33 speed. These guys have 41. Actually, we might be able to catch one of them, but if we can defeat them is the other question, right? I don't even know where the edge is. Oh, it's all the way out there. Okay, that's some distance to go. We're about to catch up to them. This whole army moving so goddamn slow. Let's speed this up. I don't think we're gonna catch them, but we might as well try. Whole army is trying to catch up to them. We might actually get this one unit here. You know, we might actually get them. Nah. Okay. I'm gonna definitely save this replay. Which would defense. So I can watch this back. Specifically, I want to watch back how badly I failed to defend my one front line, because that was the biggest blunder. I was just so overwhelmed with the whole battle that I let them completely overrun one of my front lines. Which, if I had just moved forward and started attacking all their archers that they had out there, it would have been a completely different story. But yes, I completely messed that up, and there's no redoing that, sadly. We did, however, win. And that's what matters. We won. Not had as many losses we inflicted, so that was not great. It still counts as a terrific victory, so there's that. We gain a lot of loot though, and we can replenish. Or just get the money. Replenishment isn't even all that much, but since there's a lot more to come, okay, so the elves are probably gonna be defeated here, which is a pity. Look at all this, look at all this, all that's coming for me right now. Yep. They're bringing in a lot of reinforcements again with, again, a lot of missile units. But maybe we can smash these guys first. Like the ones that we're gonna bring first. Maybe we can smash them first. Oh man, this one we're gonna lose. And now I wish I hadn't gotten as many. Because we're so gonna lose. I think we're just going to get my army completely going after those guys. Well, actually, their reinforcements are going to come from there, right? So most of their units are out here, I think. So maybe we're going to go here instead. Or we do a last stand up here. But then we're gonna have to be careful about their archers. I didn't think that they would be able to bring in so many more troops also. If I wasn't such a bad player, like if I wasn't such a noob, probably could do a lot better here. But I am, so... I wonder... See, I would love to replay that last battle and just play it a bit differently, because I think I could have saved more of my garrison. Where are we going? So I'm thinking we're just gonna bunch them up. Which I don't think I can heal all of them. But if we're just bunching up over here and we're just gonna kill whoever's coming through there, that is one option. Or we go over there, which that is the other option. Right? Going over there is probably the better option, because then we're further away from their reinforcements. Right. I think this is probably the better place to be, and we're gonna go after these guys. Only problem, of course, being that we might, you know, come in late to defend over here. We have so many more units up here. You know, maybe what we're gonna do is have these guys actually here. Now see, the thing that I've noticed is that their archers are really good as well, so it's kind of a bad idea to just have them shoot at us freely. So maybe we'll want to do it like this instead. Right, we'll just crush this army, and then we're just gonna see what we can do about the rest over there. Yeah, right, so let's take all of our front line, start moving forward. You're part of the front line. Right, and let's start healing over here. And then... Actually, no, the healing won't matter. You're part of the front line too, so I don't know why you think you can snooze. Alright, then I have all my archers here. Sort of just chilling. Oh, wow. Start healing here. Right, go after these guys. Actually, no, stay with these guys. Right. You guys go for these guys here. And you guys start going after these guys. So I think we can just let them be now. This one unit over here, though. Okay. I think the skull symbol means that they will be crushed. I think that's what that means. The skull means these units will not be able to actually reinforce. Now, there comes their main army. And again, we're gonna try to sort of hold them off here. You're supposed to be here. Right, all my... You're also part of a front line. I don't know why you're over here. Okay, let's get my front line again moving here. I'll just try to... Okay, and I have some defenses actually. Let's start building some towers. Okay, my archers here. They're going through there. I thought that we're gonna go the other way around. This is not ideal. We're gonna have our archers here. Ouch. We're gonna have to try to protect these archers if we can. I don't think we will be able to. Start going for them, see what we can do. Okay, all my front line here. Yep, we lost for 1 unit there. That was to be expected, but now... wait. This... I messed up. Right, so the Dryads actually have been healing quite a bit. Okay, all my archer units I think can move forward a little bit. These guys in my back line are a problem. Get some of them out there. Let's get my archers pulling forward a bit. Okay, so I think they ran away. So my whole front line should now mobilize out here. As best as fucking possible. Actually, no, let's just throw my front line at them. Because they're coming in trickles, right? So if I can kind of like put my front line in there, right? Maybe put some healing out there. Right, so if I can put my front line just on the offensive, maybe we can break them before they come in. Actually, go for these guys, go for those guys. Pull back, pull back. Archers, start shooting these guys. But yes, I'm just moving the whole army as one, which maybe that's not the best way to go about this. Alright, start shooting these guys actually. Yeah, and their archers going after our army is a bit of a problem. Let's start attacking them. Okay, let's go for their archers. Do they have a unit in my back? Nope, nope, they don't. Okay, everyone is out front. So I should take some of these guys, fight these guys. Actually, that's all of them. I want a couple units to go after them. The music is so fitting. Okay, let's start healing. Okay, we're gonna want to go for these archers in the back. Actually, these archers out here are the biggest problem, and we're gonna have to pull this guy back. Alright, we're gonna want to pull these guys forward. Okay, their archers are kind of pulling back. Let's go for this unit, whatever that unit is. You chill. You guys are having problems, so all the archers should help you out, I think. All the archers here should help you out. And you should probably go there and try and help. Maybe we should pull all these guys back because we're in range of their archers again. Let's try to pull my archers back. All of them. Just a little bit. Just a smidge. Right, and so we're going to take the front line. I'm going to try to go after these guys. Their archers are in bulk out here. I'm going to try to keep this guy alive, so I'm trying to not have him fight in the front line, if at all possible. Move out a little bit, see if we can help out as much as we can. Just keeping this guy out here for his moral support, basically. Not sure why some of these units aren't actually fighting. Actually, no, you stay over here, I don't know. We are definitely losing, there's no question about that. I'm just hoping that I'll inflict as many casualties as possible. See, I didn't think that they would be able to move so many units into my territory so quickly. Now, you guys stay over there. Their archers are a big nuisance to me right now. But there's actually nothing I can do about it. Like, there's literally nothing I can do about it. Right, my front line is just falling apart. These guys are actually holding their own pretty well. I don't think I can send him in there, but we're gonna try at least still sending him kind of in there. I don't think it's a good idea, but maybe I can get their archers to back off. Okay, can I build another tower somewhere? Why am I not building more towers? Okay. It's going relatively okay, all things considered. I mean, my units are kind of hanging in there. And he's doing a good job. Honestly, like, he's doing a insanely good job. Let's turn these guys around. Go after these archers. Have him go for these guys. Like, he's so damn good, actually. No, go around the long way. No, all of you stay up here, stay up here. You go around, though, you go around. No, go around the long way. I think some of my archers ran out of ammo, which that's okay. You know, if I'm gonna win this, I'm gonna fucking eat a broom. No, he's dead. Okay, that's Van Man. Okay, that looked really close there. toward the end. I mean, honestly, G, right? Like, G. Not much of them survived in the end either. But of course, I'm not sure if this means that we lose our settlement. If that means we lose the settlement, that sucks, but I mean, we can probably still on the way. Yep, they took it. No, they actually didn't take it, okay. Where the heck are you going now? Right, and my allies are just, you know, out here fighting against others. I really am so curious what happened to Morathi, right? So curious what happened to Morathi. Okay. Defeated Morathi, but he died, didn't he? Yeah. We've lost so much here. Okay, the Wild Heath campaign movement range minus 50%. Gee. Is that over here? Or in general? Okay, wow. So much happened. The Hive army here actually looks like they're still sort of holding their own. They're kind of, you know, running tuck tail, but they still have armies all around. We've lost this, which sucks, right? The settlement being downgraded is like the worst thing to us, because that was so expensive to do. At least we kept most of our income. Oof, okay, let me think. We kept most of our income, we just lost the settlement slot before we could finish this building. Like, that is just one turn, right? One turn. Just being one turn away from it really just, that was so close. Can we recover from this? That is the question. Hexhall is going to recover slowly. We still have garrisons out here. We still actually have garrison here. It's just pretty banged up. It's going to take a while to replenish. Repairing everything would take some money. I mean, we have a bunch, right? So the question I now have is, what can we actually do? Are we just going to let them get away? What about Morathi? Is Morathi going to come back out? These guys are currently not the main threat. The main threat of them would be if they combine their armies, right? My current problem is that I can't actually really do much. I could go out here on ambush stance, right? The sisters are still in ambush. And we could go here, which would help the elf unit, the elf army out here. We could support them. I like the tree man. I like the tree man, he was great. Of course, if we get this, then the Lord is gonna have rank 3 already, if we get him again. Lolf over here actually has enough movement to get in the settlement. We also lost this unit. And, oh, we can get them again in 9 turns. Okay, and these in 10 turns. Okay, that's good at least, that we can get them back. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can we just give these elves actually military access? Because it says they're trespassing, and maybe that's something that is a problem. Does this only go both ways? Okay, well, whatever. That is way too expensive. Yeah, no. Close to a non-aggression pact with them, though. This army right now, I think, is their main threat. Because most of these lords here are just rank 1. Of course, there's a rank 13 lord here as well. I'm really curious what happens to your legendary lord in a situation like this, right? It's a shame that we got the bonus on the dude and then he just died, right? We got the bonus of defeating Morathi and then she died. Then he died. Right? We had some items, of course, on him, which, you know, we could now put on some others. Mostly the dreaming bow, to be honest. Doesn't matter too much right now. Do we have some ancillaries? We've got a young stag, which would actually come in handy over here on Lolth. See, I cannot reach any of their armies, so what am I gonna do? I think the no-brain thing to do is send Lolth in here. And recruit. Why is recruiting taking so long? Why is this taking 2 turns? Is it because these are... Okay, wait. Until repaired, this building effects are diminished and it cannot be upgraded. Okay. So provides garrison. I'm not sure which building... I don't know. It's going to take 1 turn to... Why is it taking 2 turns? I really want to know that. gonna take 2 turns here as well. Why is it taking 2 turns? Is it because some of their heroes have that effect? Even with March, we cannot reach. We could, however, maybe bait them into coming and attacking us. Right, so the elves over here might have some trouble with these guys. But I need to think about my main settlement here. And these guys... Could we defeat them just here? Well, even if this takes 2 turns, which I don't know why. Right, why is this taking 2 turns? I don't know. Even if this is taking 2 turns, we still need to recruit. You know, we might as well also do some global recruitment then. Since it's gonna take 2 turns anyway. Or we save the money. But we shouldn't, probably. And can we recruit in ambush stance? Yep, it seems like we can. So I probably get 1 more cheap unit here, or maybe I'll get a Deepwood Scout instead. And see, this army might come in here to do something to us. So standing like right here at the edge in ambush stance in the forest maybe. Yeah, no, this is impassable terrain, all of it. All this just provides 70%, 50%. Right, so I think just going here in ambush stance is probably the best practice. Because they might come for the settlement and then hopefully we can crush them. Because, see, they might turn around, attack the settlement because it looks weakened. And then as they come around, we crush them. The elves over here might have some problems, but oh well, so be it. And in this case, we can... spend a lot of money here like this. It's a lot of ranged units, but ranged units is all I can get right now. Although maybe, you know, over here, instead of... we're gonna get actually another Hawk Rider unit. Okay. We probably could have won both of these battles a bit better. I think the second battle I was actually doing way better than I thought I was gonna do. We did really well on that one. It's just that it wasn't enough. We lost too much of a garrison in the first battle, and that was mostly down to the fact that I've just let their ranged units just rain fire on me. Because I just completely there were too many units to keep track of, and I was completely focusing on the left front, completely forgot the right front, and that was my bad. No, we're not gonna bother with repairing you. We're going to repair this though, and yeah, we're gonna take it from there. Okay, yeah, we're gonna take it from there. Let's see what happens. Okay, our turn again, and we can choose between Warfarer and Recruitment Surplus, which, that's funny, we just spent a lot of money on recruitment and now I'm getting this. Leadership up would probably not be a bad idea though. But I think we're about to do a bit more recruitment. Research technologies. Okay, so we actually have gotten some nice items out of that. I have a forest encounter somewhere. Talisman of Preservation. Okay, so we've got a bunch of nice items there. So, the elves were killed, sadly. And they don't seem to have inflicted much on the enemy. Like, seriously, why are they still so full strength? We can level up this guy and okay, yep. I don't care, the ring is better. So we've got the obsidian lodestone, which gives barrier hit points, which I think right, so the Talisman of Endurance is probably a less good version of the Talisman of Perseverance. It's definitely better. We don't have a weapon for this guy, is that true? We can get the Terrifying Mask of E. We don't have a weapon. I suppose we could go for this. And then the Talisman of Endurance can go here. Not sure about the lodestone. Might sell it. Not sure. We can level up. And I think. Maybe we'll do ammunition. Okay. Research. Income from hunting buildings. It's interesting. Income from ports. Well, yeah. That would have been nice when we still had a port. I don't really like this, but speed plus 5% for the whole army, that does seem nice. Yep, we're going this way next. And now we're gonna have to think about what we're doing, right? We're still sort of recruiting. Of course, the mustering stance is going to take away the ambush stance. I should have thought about that, but oh well. Oh well. Did we also lose the helm? No, the Twilight Helm is here. I'm currently trying to think about what I should be doing, because if we give, you know, Hulailion a chance to come and attack, right? The garrison as well as Lolth would be able to come help. This is not a threat. They're really far away. I don't know if they would be able to come and reinforce. Probably though. So what I want to do is see if it would be at all possible to move. But why can I not move at all? Could go into stance encampment. Yep. But still, we supposedly have no movement, which that's okay. We're just gonna take whatever they throw at us. And thankfully, they're starting to recruit an army up here. Right, we're still outclassed by a lot. They have so much more money than me from all of their provinces here. Like all of their provinces provide some sort of money. And of course, maybe their unit upkeep is also much lower on legendary difficulty. We could build this again. Not sure I'd want to. It's gonna take 3 turns and they might just raid it again. So let's skip that. In here, these are all gonna repair itself, but we could do those. We could start upgrading this. But it is really expensive to do. And we might be better off just recruiting more. We can't recruit this turn though. Yeah, no, we're just gonna skip building anything, and we're gonna wait and see what their armies do. I'm hoping they're just gonna attack us with just one army and just get completely crushed. Fingers crossed. Alright, we have gotten some money, and we've gotten the Razor Standard. Not sure we really need this, but I think the standard can be applied like a... Right, we can do this armor piercing damage up, right, like... we could of course also put this on someone that actually has armor piercing damage, because neither of these guys do. So let's put it here. And of course they did not come and attack me. Instead they are moving themselves closer together. They are currently though not close enough to reinforce themselves or reinforce each other. But I also don't have any movement. It is insane. I don't know where this comes from. Well, wherever it's coming from, it's only gonna take one more turn. Only gonna be around one more turn. The recruitment is also... Is it affected by this? Ah, yes, yes. It is also affected by this. So I cannot actually reach them. I cannot actually reach them, which is really annoying, right? I'd like to actually reach them and do something, but nope, I can't. And of course, we're also at war still with Hagraf. Would they like peace? Nope. None of them would like peace. I wish the AI would have just come and attack me. I cannot come and attack them. So what are we gonna do? We still have a bit of surplus. We could use the money we have to upgrade the Oak of Ages. But not having a lord here with a bow that reduces the cost actually hurts me. See, I was going to send our tree man down there at some point to build it up. But yeah, not having this bow is hurting us. 10% less would actually be 500 gold that I would reduce. This has hurt me so much. This war so far has hurt me a lot. We're full strength though. Just can't reach over there. I mean, they're in March. So if we could reach them, that would be so good. We could reach them if we go into March ourselves, but if we go into March ourselves, are we going to win? That is the question. Can we bring Lolth along? We could bring Lolf along. Is that what we should be doing? Is that what we should be doing? They probably don't have enough movement. Yeah, even with March, they don't have enough movement to come up here. They have another army somewhere down here, though. You know, I think this is the move. We should go after them before their armies join forces. Because right now, if we get this army, right, this army is decently strong, right? They have some artillery here. And some cavalry artillery and of course ranged units, and of course more ranged units and more ranged units and so many ranged units, right? But it's only 18 units. Whereas if we can bring 32 units, we should win this. And maybe we'll just auto-resolve it. Because I do not want to deal with it. Maybe it would be better not to auto-resolve it. Maybe we can do better than we auto-resolve. But sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. It really just depends. It really just depends. Yeah, okay, that's absolutely what we should be doing. We should get into force march. Right, so we can go here to the edge. Resolve. We're not gonna wait for them to come and attack us. Say we're gonna bring the fight to them while they're retreating. Yeah, but what happened with Morathi? I'm actually really curious. Did she just get sent back but kept like her levels, or did her levels get stripped off her? Like what happens to your legendary lord if they get killed in action? I would really like to know. Anyhow, we're gonna have to also go into force march, but they're also marching, so they are also tired and they cannot retreat. Oh, I cannot attack in my current stance. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, that's right. In March, I cannot actually attack. Oh man, I completely forgot about that detail. But now Lolf is already out there, so... But if they bring both armies, we lose. But Lolf is already out there. Are we gonna reload this? I mean, I cannot actually make this attack, right? Nope, not this turn. Okay. Yeah, I'll reload it. I'll reload. Because that's an oopsie. That's a bad oops. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Get the Razor Standard equipped. And I think that was all we did. I mean, I don't think I was initiating building this or anything. We can't catch them, sadly. This debuff, wherever this is coming from, for Wild Heath, you came at the worst time possible. Worst time possible. So if we're not doing that, then instead we're just gonna stick here. This is gonna take 2 turns because of this. If we wait until next turn, doesn't matter, right? So we're just gonna recruit them now. We really don't have much of a front line though, which that's a bit of a problem. And I think these guys have better melee attack and melee defense than these guys. These have 26 melee defense. These have 31, 20, 18. Yeah, these guys make a better front line. So let's get a little bit. Nah, let's get them instead. Okay, let's do some recruiting. We have a front line here at least. Okay. We're just gonna stick it out and in camp stance, I think. Don't really want to build anything. Garrison is recharging. Not sure if they're gonna come and attack me, but if they are gonna come and attack me, so be it. I don't think they will, because the bulk of my army is up here. So the question just is, what are we gonna do, and what can we do against them? Okay, this is very interesting because when we were asking for military access earlier, they were refusing it and now they want to pay us for it. Sure. Yep, they're gonna come and attack me, which honestly might be the best outcome we could have hoped for. Because we have our main army, plus reinforcements, plus the garrison. It's an open field battle though. We're gonna lose most of the front line though, fighting it in auto-resolve. The question is, can we do better? Most of their units is ranged units. Like this first army is mostly ranged units. So if we just run them down. You know what? Yes. Yes. We have the leadership and the melee defense bonus. We could give AI control to the reinforcements if we want that. But we're not going to do that. I'm wondering, is the garrison going to come out right away and only Lolth's army is going to be a bit slow? We'll see. Okay. Yes. So their reinforcements are gonna come from there. In 1 minute and 33 seconds, our reinforcements are gonna come from here. In 2 minutes and 1 minute 54. That is bad for us. We might want to draw their army over to our side. So that, you know, we can use our flying units to kind of go and deal with them already a little bit. But we might want to bring them over to our side. And I'm actually thinking we're going to go into this corner over here. Maybe not. I'm trying to look for some high ground in a corner. Okay, yeah, actually this corner is perfect for us. We're actually gonna pull back all the way here. Like, we're gonna fight them right here in this area here. Right, we're gonna have them come up here and fight us here, I think. So whatever I did over there, ignore that, because I was originally thinking we're gonna go through here and attack them, but because their reinforcements are gonna arrive faster than ours, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna let them come to us. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna take these nifty boys here and we're gonna just align them over here. Maybe here instead, actually. But we don't want to give their archers like the high ground over there. That is like the only problem I'm having. Right, like this hill here will give them their archers a lot of high ground. However, there's a lot of foliage in the way. Of course, there's some high ground here too. So if we can pull all the way back there, but I'm kind of like, I'm thinking of creating sort of like a funnel here where they will have to come to us and we're funneling them in here somehow, or maybe we're gonna fight on top of this hill. I just don't want them really surrounding us. I mean, they don't have that much cavalry in the end, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, they don't have that much. Okay, and then our units here, they maybe... And we're gonna do something like this. Have these boys down here. Deepwood Scouts. Maybe we'll have them here. Supporting our Dryads as much as possible. And then of course we have our sniper here, which he's got the arrow of Kurnos that he can use 3 times. So together with him having that, and of course the pack trap, and these guys that also have volley of Kurnos, maybe we can deal with their infantry, with their cavalry, which is going to come in late. But anyway, I'm hoping that we're going to be able to use this guy to some effect, right? We can keep him in here, and hopefully we can have him travel out there. And he can shoot while staying hidden, right? And the volley here has such a long range and is effective at long range that we should be able to target their lord with it, maybe. We'll see. And then of course the flying units, right? We are going to deploy them in the front. So we can try to at least deal with the small army that they're going to bring in as quickly as possible. And yeah, that's about all we can do. So we're gonna take these guys, send them forward, right? We're gonna use you and shoot them. See what that does. that did some damage at least. So we're gonna go for these guys, I think. We just need to be careful with the eagle. And then this guy, why am I not bringing him forward? Right, let's start using this. Start going for them. Right, and let's start healing this unit right away. We still have another arrow of Kurnos, a volley of Kurnos here. Got another one here, so let's start going ham on them. Okay, now we want to pull back. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Why can I not control you? But as we're pulling back, we're still going to shoot the remaining volleys we have at our artillery. Okay, and there comes our reinforcements. Okay, Jesus, hell, Christ almighty. Okay, let's move it, guys. Let's move it. Alright, where's all my ranged units? They should... Jesus. Organizing this is going to be a breeze! Okay, let's move my infantry together, okay. Okay, let's get more of these guys up to the front line. I don't know why this guy isn't moving where I want him to move. You start going after those guys. Okay, so where's all my flying units? Go after these guys, please. Where's the eagle? They killed the eagle already. Okay, Lolth, please go after that dude. You go for them, yes, that's good. You go there. You fight there. You go in there. You... here. You guys pull forward here, whoever you are. Okay, these archers need to move forward. Will you back there move forward? You, these guys. You, those guys. You, those guys as well. This guy is just leading these guys on a merry chase, which I'm actually quite okay with that. But I don't feel like I can control him. I think he's just, you know... Like, do these units cause fear? I don't know. Not really, it seems. Okay, you guys go after these guys. I should pull these guys back. They're taking so much damage. Heal them a bit. Okay, we've got a bit of a problem here with their cavalry. Let's move these guys forward. I think in general my archers are being super lazy right now, and I'm again just letting their ranged units dominate me, which, you know. Okay, all of you, please just go after these guys, right? And you go after those guys. No, you actually, Lolth, go for those guys here. Where is my Way Watcher? Why are you all the way back there? Okay, you guys start attacking these guys. You guys attack those guys. Lolth. No. Like this. Okay, you go for these guys. Okay, so we should heal back up. Go for them. No, Lolth. Where are you going, Lolth? I need you to go after their cavalry. Yeah, I'm just letting their units just crush me because I cannot organize my army fast enough. Right, that's like my biggest problem. My biggest problem is not actually being able to... Oh my lord, Lolth. Who are we gonna heal? Frontline, maybe? We still have one more arrow here. And we're gonna go for them. Alright, so go for these guys. You guys push forward, go for their archers. Their archers are fucking me up, honestly. It's mainly their archers that fuck me over. Because they have so many of them, right? And I don't know how I can actually disrupt them right now. They're just shooting at me from all sides, which is what I should be doing. But honestly, micromanaging all this bullshit here is just difficult. And then these stupid chariots here. Okay, go for these guys. At least Lolf is really putting a number on them. Like, Lolf is just, you know, single-handedly destroying them at this point. Taking so much damage on the sisters again from all their archers. Yeah, so this is a bit of a problem. Let's move there. You, Lolf, actually. You go for these archers, please. Yeah, these chariots are just such a big problem. Like, I don't fuck them up. Come on. My sisters are still taking heavy damage. Are you actually using that goddamn spell now? Okay, actually, you've been doing your job pretty well, Ulf. I cannot actually deal with these chariots. Like, all my archers back here cannot actually deal with those chariots. That is really frustrating. Maybe we should just send the sisters after them. Yeah, these chariots are a nuisance. Yeah, go for them both. I'm gonna heal here. They still have cavalry that they're using to kind of fuck me over with. Okay, at least we're finally putting a dent into these stupid chariots. Okay, Lolf, good job. Let's heal Lolf again if we can. Let's pull all these units up. Have Lolf go after that. Wait, no, that's not Lolf. Why can we not use this? Ah, finally. Are we out of ammo? Yes. Okay, I think I won, but Jesus. That was a difficult one. And honestly, Lolf is such a unit, like, Jesus. lol, seriously, single-handedly doing so much. Okay, actually, let's just go for these guys instead. Okay, so we won, which is great. I'm thinking all of their units are going to get destroyed. That I'm seeing on the screen right now, at least. So let's end the battle. Oh, man. That was something. I'm not sure if we were able to protect all of our units there. It was messy. I don't deal well with cavalry, and I don't deal well with ranged units. It is of tea after all, because I wish I could just like take a moment to take in the battlefield, right? Just look at the battlefield, check what I actually want to do. Looks like we've lost the Skelly boys and some Eternal Guards from the garrison, and sadly our Winterheart Guard. We can replenish, which yep, we're gonna do replenishment, but that's them taking out. Yeah, tuck tail and run. We might still be able to catch them though, next turn. Oh no, they're gonna declare war on me. Unless we just give them 2,000 gold. See, the thing is, they might just attack me anyway, so... I wish they could just wrap up whatever war they have going on up here and help me out instead. Okay, enemy killed in battle, enemy killed in battle, enemy killed in battle. We've also got the Dragon Helm with some fire resistance, that's pretty cool. Another Hawk Companion. And we can now recruit these guys. Haldir also got a young stag. The Oak of Ages was infected. Okay, okay. Lost income from all buildings down. Well, that's not great. Jesus, okay. They still won't accept peace. All things considered, I think I'm doing okay and I might be able to pull through. However, I am going to conclude right now, right at this moment, that I do not like playing on legendary difficulty. And I would love to try starting the campaign again on hard. Because legendary is frustrating me to a point. Not being able to pause is frustrating. And there is no actual achievement tied to legendary difficulty. The achievement is tied to hard or legendary. So if I can choose between hard or legendary, why would I do legendary? I can not condone that with myself whatsoever here because, well, Why do we still have so little movement range? They can move so far. I do not understand. How much movement do they have? They were able to attack me and retreat. It's ridiculous. Anyhow, yeah, I think I can positively conclude that legendary difficulty is too annoying. I'm not even gonna say it's too hard, because with some better knowledge, some better map awareness, some better, you know, planning with alliances and so on and so forth, it's definitely doable. Like, the way that I'm looking at this war right now, I even think that I might be able to win this war in the long run, right? In the long run. However, I don't see myself currently having fun with the game. It is simply just frustrating me. It is currently just frustrating. Not because I don't like a challenge, but because I cannot control my army the way I wish to control it. So, for anyone that watched all the way to the end, I want to say thank you so much. We are going to call it here. This is the end of the legendary run, and we're going to be starting a hard run. Because I want to have fun with this game, and legendary is no fun. At least I don't think it's a lot of fun. Of course, I might upgrade to legendary if I manage to defeat the hard campaign. I might do another one in legendary, but so far I'm not enjoying that I cannot actually take a look at the battlefield, decide how I want to move my armies. That is the main thing. The campaign itself, with how strong the enemies are and so on, is not the problem. The problem to me is the actual real-time battles and me losing more units than I normally would, because I cannot control that many units at the same time. I just don't want to have to deal with it. I want to be able to pause or at least slow things down. So that's why I'm calling this. And I'll see you in our hard campaign.